The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 8, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Young Kim to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize the members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. Please take a seat. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I spent August talking to and listening to my constituents, like I hope my Republican colleagues did too. And you know what I heard the most? That they are scared out of their minds about the impact of Republicans' big, ugly bill, particularly on how it will make hunger worse in this country. From community-based organizations to food pantries to hospitals to farmers, they're all terrified about the nearly $200 billion in cuts to SNAP, which is why, Madam Speaker, I am stunned, absolutely stunned, that the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, of which I've been proud to serve on for 14 years, seems to be hell-bent on jamming a farm bill through the committee this month with no plans, none at all, to address the draconian SNAP cuts. And let me say loud and clear, I, for one, am not open to negotiations and discussions about a new 5-year farm bill unless fixing the cuts to SNAP are on the agenda. Democrats will not be a cheap date when it comes to feeding people in this country. We're not just going to roll over and move on. No way. To talk about a new farm bill without addressing the big, ugly bill's nutrition cuts is unconscionable. It is cruel. And let me remind my colleagues that the average SNAP benefit is about $2 per person per meal. So a nearly $200 billion cut is an awful lot of meals that Republicans are taking away from vulnerable Americans. SNAP cuts are imminent, despite Republican attempts to push some of the biggest cuts off until after the 2026 midterms. Very real benefit cuts for some of the most vulnerable of all are expected to go into effect within weeks. Any day now, USDA is expected to release regulations on new time limits for veterans, former foster youth, and homeless populations who were previously exempted. According to a recent CBO report, the new onerous paperwork requirements and time limits alone will kick at least 2.4 million Americans off of SNAP. That's parents with school-age kids, and veterans and seniors and the disabled. Furthermore, CBO expects that some states will choose to abandon SNAP altogether. For the first time ever, the big ugly bill mandates a state cost share requirement for food benefits. If states can't pony up their share, which for some states could run into the billions of dollars, they'll just choose to walk away. It's an enormous burden on already cash-strapped states. And let me also say this. If Republicans think they can just throw a few extra bucks at TFAP, which is a federal program that helps food banks, and call it good, they're out of their minds. We can't food bank our way out of this Republican-made crisis. Charity alone can't pick up the slack of millions of people losing their federal food benefits. Madam Speaker, it would be utterly reckless of us to try to jam a 5-year farm bill through Congress right now. And let me also say, it's not just the, quote, usual suspects, end quote, sounding the alarm on SNAP cuts. A couple of weeks ago, I went on my 15th annual farm tour across 12 farms in central and western Massachusetts. Over and over again, I heard from farmers about how they're bracing for these drastic SNAP cuts. Why? Because you can only buy food with SNAP benefits. And who grows that food? Our farmers, like my constituents. They're already seeing the abrupt cancellation of USDA programs that support the purchase of fresh local produce for schools and food banks. Not only did these cancellations reduce the amount of healthy fruits and veggies going to people in need, it took income away from our farmers. The very real and impending SNAP cuts are just another economic hit to our farmers. Madam Speaker, we're not operating in anything resembling business as usual right now. Republicans have ripped apart the longstanding Farm Bill coalition between nutrition and farming interests. The big ugly bill decimated modest yet meaningful SNAP benefits, all to give more tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy and well-connected. Madam Speaker, you either want to end hunger or you don't. And Trump and his Republican cronies in Congress have clearly chosen to make hunger worse. We cannot stand idly by while hunger is made worse in this country, the richest country in the world. And again, what is particularly galling is that Republicans champion tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires while decimating an essential program to help put food on the table. What is wrong with these people, Madam Speaker? We do not share the same values. So no new farm bill without fixing the big, ugly bill's cuts to SNAP. We can and we should do more, a hell of a lot more, to end hunger now. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last week, I was proud to support the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, legislation that will put sanctions on any individual, including senior members of the Chinese Communist Party, who are responsible for the production, the distribution, the sale, or financing of synthetic opioids. It's no secret that China is the leading producer of the base chemicals, the ingredients that are needed to make fentanyl, and that the Chinese Communist Party is more than willing to work directly with Mexican drug cartels to ensure that this poison continues to reach America. Drug overdoses, unfortunately, have become the leading cause of death for Americans who are ages 18 to 45, with fentanyl causing nearly 70% of those deaths. With strong leadership under President Trump back in the White House, our southern border is finally becoming secure. But we here in the House must take every action possible to stop the flow of the poison that fentanyl is before it ever reaches our border. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this week, my colleagues and I will take up H.R. 3486, the Stop Illegal Entry Act. This legislation will strengthen our immigration laws and deter criminal, ineligible, illegal aliens from crossing our southern border. For 4 long years, President Biden and his administration were asleep at the switch, allowing our borders to be flooded with illegal immigrants, most of whom were simply released into our communities. This legislation gives federal officials more tools in their tool belt to prosecute illegal immigrants by requiring significant imprisonment for illegals who commit crimes. President Trump has worked tirelessly to make our southern border secure again. Now, it's our job here in Congress to ensure federal law enforcement and prosecutors have the tools that they need to deter further illegal immigration. I look forward to supporting this strong, common-sense piece of legislation on the House floor this week as we continue to work to make our nation once again safe for all Americans. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the William and Richard Farbaugh and Joseph Burkhardt Farm in East Carroll Township of Cambria County for receiving the designation of Century Farm from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. A Century Farm is a farm that has been owned by the same family for at least 100 consecutive years, has a family member who still lives on that farm, and has at least 10 acres of the original farmland. William Farbaugh purchased the family farm in September of 1918. He and his wife had 10 children, 8 daughters and 2 sons. The Farbaugh family introduced the use of silos to the area. 58 of the original acres and the barn are still in use today. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I offer heartfelt congratulations to the Farbaugh and Burkhardt families and express gratitude for their enduring commitment to one of Pennsylvania's most vital industries, and that is agriculture. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Parsh Farm in Conemaugh Township of Cambria County for receiving the designation of Century Farm from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. Cecilia Parsh's grandfather, Frank, purchased the farm in April of 1924. Frank Parsh was a dairy farmer who supplied milk for processing to Santa Dairy in Johnstown, PA. The original barn and house are still in use today. Cecilia Parsh's father, Harold, took over the farm in 1972. Currently, the farm continues to produce both beef and hay. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I again offer heartfelt congratulations to the Parsh family and express gratitude for the family's enduring commitment to agriculture, the #1 industry in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak out against the genocide that is occurring in Gaza against the Palestinians. I am not ignoring the outrageous attacks on October 7th that left at least 1,200 people dead and dozens of hostages that remain. Nor am I ignoring the decades of isolation that Gaza has endured by the Israeli government, essentially turning the small but densely populated region into an open-air prison from which few could easily come and go as they please. But it is simply outrageous what is occurring in Gaza right now, and not speaking out against the inhumanity could be considered complicity. At least 64,000 people have been killed in Gaza since October 7th, 2023, including tens of thousands of mothers, children, and other innocent people. And sadly, it's likely that the actual death toll is even higher. The UN estimates that approximately 92% of residential buildings and over 70% of all buildings in Gaza have been destroyed. Starvation is rampant, as is disease. Famine is no longer an imminent threat. It's happening now, and babies are dying. And the killing of people in hospitals and those trying to get food aid, normally considered off limits even in war, occur regularly with an official shrug when the Israeli government is called out. The definition of genocide by the New Oxford American Dictionary is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. That is exactly what we're seeing happen in Gaza right now by the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu, an accused war criminal by the international courts. This war isn't a targeted response against Hamas, guilty of the October 7th attacks and decades of violence. This is a wholesale attack on the people of Gaza. Israeli groups like B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel have recently called what's happening genocide. International human rights groups like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have as well. Recently, the International Association of Genocide Scholars added their voices on the genocide, and the United Nations Special Committee said last November that Israel's war conduct in Gaza is, quote, consistent with the characteristics of genocide, including mass civilian casualties and using starvation as a weapon. No weapons should be sent from the United States to Israel that could be used against the people of Gaza. Instead of photo ops of Benjamin Netanyahu, it's time for condemnation. Help facilitate the serving of an arrest warrant from the ICC to him. Let's make him the international pariah he should be. And let's use our leverage to pressure him not to commit genocide in Gaza. People of good conscience must join in this denunciation of what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank. The Republicans in the appropriation process are leaving seniors to starve, underfunding the Meals on Wheels food assistance program by $600 million, a move that is likely to cost 1.9 million needy people without their access to food. And this follows the big ugly bill, which all but 3 Republicans voted for, making it the largest cut to food assistance in our nation's history. By flat funding the vital Meals on Wheels program for seniors in the Health and Human Services Appropriations Bill, Republicans are ignoring the real increase in food costs that Americans are experiencing due to a lack of action by the administration to lower costs. So with all this talk of Republicans making food access harder and harder for millions and millions of Americans, what did they do this weekend at the White House? Well, they held an extravagant dinner in the newly paved area that once was the Rose Garden and had a 3-course dinner and drinks featuring rose garden salad, at least we know what happened to the plants that were once there, steak, and a fudge-filled 7-layer cake, making their cuts to food assistance even more tone-deaf than ever. Fudge-filled 7-layer cake? I guess the theme of the White House event was let them eat cake. How fitting. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate and honor one of my constituents for her dedicated service to the pro-life movement across our state of Arkansas. For decades, Rose Mims has been a steadfast figure and advocate for the unborn and in support of their moms. Earlier this year, Rose announced that she would be stepping down from her role as Executive Director of the Arkansas Right to Life, a position that she's held for 30 years. This, however, is not the end of Rose's service. She's refocusing her efforts on fostering and uplifting the regional chapters of the Arkansas Right to Life across our state. I want to thank Rose for her many years of dedication to the unborn and to the state of Arkansas. I wish her nothing but the best in the next chapter of her advocacy, and I look forward to continuing to watch her impact and perseverance in this important work. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. David Peterson for his outstanding service and dedication to keeping the natural state natural. Dr. Peterson was recently honored with the Dr. Neil Compton Award by the Ozark Society in recognition of his decades-long commitment to environmental stewardship. Dr. Peterson's dedication to high standards for land, water, and wildlife habitat conservation in Arkansas reflects a commitment that I deeply value and I commend. Earlier this year, Flatside Wilderness Additions Act passed the House, enhancing this special corner of the 2nd Congressional District, creating new opportunities for Arkansans and visitors alike to enjoy the natural beauty of our state. Dr. Peterson's contributions are greatly appreciated throughout the effort to enhance Flatside Wilderness. Dr. Peterson's service and dedication to conservation is a reminder of the lasting impact that one individual can have in protecting our shared natural heritage. Thank you for your service, Dr. Peterson. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Elizabeth Cleveland, co-founder of Fusion Center Network, a telehealth diagnostic clinic that will serve Arkansans and eventually all Americans. Dr. Cleveland is a former professor in the Department of Communication Sciences and Disorders at the University of Central Arkansas. Her focus is on fetal alcohol syndrome, which affects 1 in 20 babies, but less than 1% ever receive an accurate diagnosis. By improving the diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome and other neurodevelopmental disorders, Dr. Cleveland and the Fusion Center Network will be able to help people have longer, healthier, happier lives. I want to congratulate Dr. Cleveland and her colleagues on their new venture. Madam Speaker, it's with immense pride that I rise and recognize a remarkable business milestone, 70 years of success, growth, and innovation at Rector Philip Morris, the RPM Group. RPM is an Arkansas-based real estate company specializing in commercial and investment real estate, along with professional property management, creating hundreds of jobs across Central Arkansas. Known for its client-focused approach, RPM works with businesses, large and small, to find the space they need and help Arkansans find homes and apartments. Founded in 1955 by Arkansas Business Hall of Fame inductee Billy F. Rector and his partners, Bynee Morris and Faye Phillips, they have gone from hard, humble beginnings in Central Arkansas to the top in the real estate industry. 17 years ago, RPM partnered with Caldwell Banker to expand its residential business, combining national brand power with their local expertise to better serve communities in Arkansas. The theme of RPM's 70-year anniversary is Building Tomorrow, which demonstrates the leaders of Central Arkansas's unwavering focus on future growth, innovation, and long-term community impact. Thank you, RPM, for your continuous contributions for the betterment of Arkansans. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on August 22nd, the Trump administration, with absolutely no warning, issued a halt work order to an offshore wind project off the coast of southern New England that has been in the works for 9 years. The developers of this project have invested close to $4 billion, employed thousands of workers, and installed 45 out of 65 wind turbines that the federal government permitted in 2023. As of August 22nd, 80% of the project is complete, and 100% of the turbine foundations have been placed on the ocean floor. When the turbines are turned on, 704 megawatts of power will be transmitted by cable to Rhode Island and Connecticut, enough electricity to power 350,000 homes, 400 megawatts to Rhode Island, 304 megawatts to Connecticut. The wind power contracts approved by both states at a guaranteed rate will over time save money for ratepayers, particularly during winter cold months, and will add to the grid at a time we all know demand for electricity is going to increase. Incredibly, the Energy Department's halt order was 1 page long and cited nonspecific, vague, quote, national security concerns as the reason to suddenly eliminate good jobs and a plentiful supply of affordable electricity. Despite repeated requests from the operators, the 2 states, the congressional delegations, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, has provided absolutely no description or detail of what exactly is the national security concerns that at this late hour could possibly justify such a drastic action. The closest thing to an explanation came in a CNN interview with the Secretary of Energy a few days ago, who cited, quote, radar interference and possible swarm attacks from undersea drones at the wind farm as potential threats. Madam Speaker, here's the thing. During the years-long permitting process, BOEM meticulously investigated all national security concerns, and in its 2023 record of decision approving the project specifically had a section on national security. It specifically addressed the issue of radars that was resolved to the satisfaction of the Department of Defense and NORAD. Madam Speaker, I have a letter from the Department of Defense dated December 2024, which states that the department has found that construction of Revolution Wind would have no adverse impacts on DoD missions in the area, and ask that it be admitted to the record.
Objection.
Thank you. Regarding the swarming undersea drones, Revolution Wind has a contract with Thayer Mahan, a maritime company that installs and operates undersea surveillance technology using sonar arrays and pickets to keep watch and detect malign activity. And they protect wind farms today, they protect oil rigs today, they protect U.S. maritime ports today with the finest technology. Madam Speaker, Secretary Burgum and his staff at BOEM should review its own prior investigation on national security and actually meet with the developers and undersea experts in Connecticut and Rhode Island to learn about the thorough, comprehensive investments and systems that were developed with the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Navy, the Department of Defense, and the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the safe, reliable operation of the wind farms. Madam Speaker, this halt work order needs to be overturned quickly. As we heard on Friday, the U.S. labor market is weakening, and we know the cost of electricity is going up. Leaving Revolution Wind in limbo with thousands of jobs on the line is completely unacceptable. It is no secret that the president doesn't like wind power, but this project has been permitted, paid for, and is 80% finished. Leaving the halt work order in place is hurting working families and electric ratepayers. Lawsuits have been filed, and the U.S. government and taxpayers are going to pay dearly for this uncalled for about-face on a project that the government approved 2 years ago. The better path is to quickly lift the order, meet face-to-face with the developer, the governors of Rhode Island and Connecticut, to end this chaos and get the operating engineers, the longshoremen, the laborers, and the electrical workers back on track to finish the job that today is 80% finished. That's not a partisan statement. That's simple common sense. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with deep sadness to honor the life and legacy of Mayor Paul McDonald, who has left us after decades of devoted service to our island of Guam. Over the course of decades, Mayor McDonald faithfully served his village, making him not only a leader, but a constant presence in the lives of the families he represented. His tenure as the longest-serving mayor is not just a record of years. It is a record of trust built through commitment, humility, and care for our people. From the earliest days of his service, Mayor McDonald understood that leadership in Guam's villages is personal. It means being present at every gathering, confronting families in times of loss, and rolling up your sleeves to fix problems, no matter how small or large. He carried that responsibility with honor, embodying the true spirit of Anafa Malik to make good with one another. Mayor McDonald's leadership was never about titles or recognition. It was about ensuring that children had safe places to grow, that our Mononco were respected and supported, and that village life remained rooted in dignity, family, and tradition. Through typhoons, economic hardships, and moments of challenge, he stood as a steady hand and reassuring voice for his constituents. What made Mayor McDonald remarkable was not only his longevity in office, but the way he never grew tired of serving. Even after decades, his door was open, his voice was steady, and his heart remained committed to the people. He leaves behind a legacy that will be remembered not just in the record book, but in daily lives of those who called on him and knew they could count on him. Guam has lost a true public servant. We will remember Mayor McDonald as a man whose life's work was defined by compassion, dedication, and an unwavering love for his people. I extend my deepest condolences to the McDonald family and to all who mourn his passing. May his life of service inspire future generations to lead with the same humility and strength. Si Juis Maasi, Mayor McDonald, for your many years of sacrifice and service. May you rest in eternal peace. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the past few weeks, students returned to school across Virginia and across the country, including my two daughters. But unfortunately, while students were enjoying their summer breaks, this administration moved to slash funding and resources for public education across the country, funds that were needed to ensure that our kids get a great education. And this administration has now illegally withheld billions of dollars in congressionally approved education funding, forcing schools to delay or cancel programs. And in Northern Virginia, our schools have been the target of even more funding cuts over culture wars and partisan politics. This has come at a time when Virginia is still dealing with learning loss, and as the administration has continued to make plans to cut even more education funding, including the Department of Education itself, we need to make sure that we are pushing back and fighting back against these cuts because our kids are worth it. And the Big Ugly Bill slashed funding for Medicaid and SNAP, which families in our community rely on to keep their kids healthy and fed. And if we really want to be pro-family and pro-kids and pro-parents, we would be investing in our students, not causing chaos and confusion by cutting resources and making our schools less safe and underfunded. And so I will continue to work with my colleagues, and I hope this can be bipartisan to push back on these cuts to education. Madam Speaker, hate has no place in our communities, and that's why I condemn the recent hateful attacks on Hindu temples and mandirs all across the country. From the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Indiana to the Sri Radha Krishna Temple in Utah, sacred spaces for faith communities have been targeted with acts of hate, vandalism, and desecration. And these are not isolated incidents. It's part of a rise in violence. It's a part of a rise in division in our country. It's not just happening to temples, it's happening to all places of worship. And every American deserves the right to safely practice their faith without fear. That's why we need to continue fighting for increased resources for security at places of worship like these temples. And we must be committed to doing more to combat the rise in hate that we're experiencing in the United States and ensure that our communities are protected. So I will continue to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do that. Madam Speaker, since May, 33 new small businesses have officially opened in Prince William County. They include Al Sham, a Syrian grocery store and bakery, a GN banquet center, an event venue, Modern Remodeling, a restoration service, Shadid, a Saudi-style coffee shop, My Haberdasher, a custom suits and tuxedo rental service, Dry Time Restoration, a water damage service, Chocolate, which is, I guess, not a candy store, it's an apparel store in Manassas Mall, and Doyle Systems, a full-service mechanical contractor, and Ebenezer Roofing. And the growth of these businesses reflect the innovation and entrepreneurship of our communities, and especially of the folks in Prince William County. And I'm looking forward to continuing to support them as they continue to grow their businesses in one of the best places to do business in the country, Northern Virginia. Finally, Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize and thank the Haymarket Gainesville Library for having a new collection of books in Nepali. This is part of a greater effort in Prince William County to include more books in other languages, including Urdu, as part of their World Languages collection. We have a great Nepalese community in our region, and we want to make sure that they're supported. And nearly 175 Nepali books and around 250 Urdu language books were received as donations by community members. This is a testament to the value of public libraries as a resource to our communities and the growing diversity of our region as well. And public libraries, including where our office hosts our office hours, continue to be an asset for all communities and age groups. And I'm proud that a library in my district is in the forefront of being that space for constituents of all backgrounds. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members who offered remarks this morning. Seeing no other members, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Call us back to you, Lord God. Receive us once again from the wide and scattered lands where our own choices have led us. Take us up into your merciful embrace and remind us that you have never forsaken us. Then give us new and undivided hearts. Grant us a new spirit, a spirit renewed by your forgiveness and recreated by the power of your own Holy Spirit. Remove from us our hearts of stone, our stubbornness and obstinance, our inclination to dig in our heels and hold on to the reins rather than yield to your leading. Give us instead hearts of integrity and tenderness, that we would obey your command and live lives in reliable service to the people whose welfare you have entrusted to us. Unto your grace plan we commend this day. Into your keeping we offer our best efforts. And in your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of American families, Republicans in the House, led by Mike Johnson, and Senate have delivered on the promises made by President Donald Trump to enact historic tax cuts. Among the accomplishments, take-home pay for families will increase by over $10,000 per year. No tax on tips for millions of workers. No tax on overtime for over 80 million hourly workers. No tax on Social Security, providing tax relief for 88% of seniors. President Trump and Republicans in the House and Senate are committed to cutting taxes, increasing wages, and creating millions of jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, talking lovely in the morning, killing babies later in the afternoon with Russian missiles. Our sympathy to the family of Irina Zaritskaya of Charlotte, North Carolina, on her merciless murder. I yield back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Dakota seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sergeant Kevin Killinen, who retired on August 13th for his remarkable 45.5 years of service to the Grand Forks Police Department. Sergeant Killinen holds the record as the longest-serving sworn officer in the department's history, a distinction earned through dedication, remaining calm under pressure, and an unwavering commitment to public safety. He began his law enforcement career at just 20 years old and joined the Grand Forks Police Department in 1980. Promoted to sergeant in 1997, he chose to remain on patrol, where each day brought the opportunity to meet people, solve problems, and make a difference in his community. On behalf of North Dakota, I congratulate Sergeant Killinen on this incredible milestone and thank him for his decades of faithful service. His story will live on for years to come as a truly remarkable achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak of North Dakota. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House is in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will propose further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4550.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 190, H.R. 4550, a bill to reauthorize the United States Grain Standards Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, and the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, without objection, pursuant to the rule Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the United States Grain Standards Act, a piece of legislation that is more than 100 years old and plays a vital role in preserving safety, quality, and a standard of excellence for the American grain industry. If we want America to maintain its status as the safest, most abundant grain supply in the world, reauthorization of this act before several of its key provisions expire at the end of September is absolutely essential. It was originally passed in 1916. The United States Grain Standards Act gives the federal government the authority to set official marketing standards for grains and oilseeds. It also provides a framework for inspection and weighing procedures. Because of the Grain Standards Act, the American grain industry has developed an enduring reputation for consistency and quality in the global market. This vital toll plays a critical role in reinforcing the strength of our agriculture supply chain. It ensures that farmers, whether they grow corn, sorghum, soybeans, or any other grain, receive a fair price that reflects the quality of their crop. It allows buyers of U.S. grain to feel confident in the safety and quality of the products they need. The Grain Standards Act also supports U.S. trade, a crucial part of the American farm economy. In 2024, the U.S. exported more than $26 billion of American grains. In just my home state of Pennsylvania alone, almost $100 million of corn and barley are exported every year. These exports make a difference to the bottom line for family farmers and in Pennsylvania and across our country. American agriculture has certainly changed since 1916, and the Grain Standards Act continues to evolve with the times. The 2025 reauthorization of the Act includes key improvements that will help grain standards continue to modernize while emphasizing cost-effectiveness from both government and industry. This legislation promotes technological innovation by advancing grain grading tools to improve accuracy, efficiency, and consistency while giving USDA the flexibility to invest in critical technological upgrades. Annual reports on technological challenges and solutions ensure Congress remains informed and transparency is maintained. This bill will improve long-term financial management by allowing user fees to be deposited into interest-bearing trust funds. It also grants the Secretary authority to permit domestic grain inspection at export ports, facilitating faster, more flexible service where needed. And finally, it ensures advisory committee members may continue serving until replacements are appointed, preserving expertise and continuity. While much of the Act is permanently authorized, such as mandatory inspection and weighing of exported grain, there are important provisions set to expire at the end of this month. A lapse in authorization would disrupt the current grain inspection and weighing process, cost the farm economy more than $70 million a day, and create serious consequences for American family farms, our supply chain, and our international trading partners. These disruptions are entirely avoidable. We are doing our farmers and export partners a disservice if we don't do our jobs and get this critical piece of legislation across the finish line. I hope you will join me in voting yes for the reauthorization of the United States Grain Standards Act of 2025, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Woman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and General Farm Commodities Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee Chairman Scott for their leadership on this bipartisan bill. The United States Grain Standards Reauthorization Act of 2025 strengthens the United States Department of Agriculture's ability to improve grain grading technologies through flexibilities to pursue modernization. Using new technologies to improve grain grading is an opportunity to make the process more accurate, efficient, and consistent. Additionally, the bill reauthorizes key USDA authorities for the grain inspection and grading system and clarifies existing laws. Reauthorizing the U.S. Grain Standards Act is critical for farmers and for the rest of the agricultural supply chain. The inspections provided by the Federal Grain Inspection Service define and classify grains, as well as assign grades to specify weight and quality requirements. These inspections provide a gold standard assurance backed by the U.S. federal government to both grain buyers and grain sellers. I proudly represent Kansas, often called the wheat state, where agriculture plays a critical role in our state's economy. Kansas farmers feed not just the nation, but the entire world. In 2023 alone, Kansas farmers exported $5.2 billion in agricultural products around the world. Grain farmers in Kansas and across the country participate in a very competitive global market. Foreign grain buyers should be confident in the process we have in place to ensure that our exports are adequately inspected. The bipartisan U.S. Grain Standards Reauthorization Act of 2025 is critical for the global grain trade. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. From Pennsylvania.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the gentlelady from the wheat state for her leadership on the Agriculture Committee and on this topic in particular. Now, Mr. Speaker, yield to the gentleman from Georgia, the chairman of the General Farm Commodities Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee, and vice chair of the full Agriculture Committee, Mr. Scott, for 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of H.R. 4550, the United States Grain Standards Reauthorization Act of 2025. This legislation reauthorizes the United States Grain Standards Act, a cornerstone of American agriculture and trade for nearly a century. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go any further without first thanking Chair G.T. Thompson for his work, Ranking Member Craig for his work, and Ms. Davids for her work on this piece of legislation. As chairman of the General Farm Commodities Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee, I too have seen firsthand the importance of this law. Earlier this year, we held hearings with the industry stakeholders to discuss the Act's significance and explore ways to foster innovation. The provisions in this bill ensure transparency, market confidence, and fair price discovery, all of which are essential to a functioning agricultural market. H.R. 4550 not only reauthorizes this critical legislation, but also advances grain grading technology to modernize inspection and weighing services. These updates will help the industry adopt new technologies, improve the accuracy and the efficiency of grain standards, and keep American agriculture competitive in a global market. Allowing this law's authority to lapse would have severe consequences, costing our farm economy over $70 million a day and disrupting supply chains and international trade partnerships. Exports of grain and grain products in my home state of Georgia contribute over $900 million annually in economic output. And the United States exports over $26 billion of grain on an annual basis. These numbers underscore the need for uninterrupted, reliable, and cost-effective inspection services. H.R. 4550 protects these essential services and helps maintain the United States' reputation as the global standard in grain production. I was proud to work with Ranking Member Davids on the General Farm Committee's Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee to hold a hearing that laid the groundwork for this reauthorization, and I'm proud to support this bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues to support its final passage. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields.
And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Lady from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers at the moment and continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. One from
And, Mr.
Pennsylvania.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers as well at this moment, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to once again thank Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and Chairman Scott for their work on this bipartisan bill. As a member of the House Agriculture Committee, I have made it a priority to support family farmers and strengthen our supply chains because I know how vital they are to rural economies, to our global competitiveness, and to grocery costs. To that end, the United States Grain Standards Reauthorization Act of 2025 is so important to ensuring the continuity and strength of our grain grading and inspection system. This is critical to farmers in Kansas and folks in the grain industry across the country. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the gentlelady from Kansas for her passionate work on behalf of America's #1 industry, agriculture, and on this specific piece of legislation. I want to thank my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, for his leadership as subcommittee chair with the area of jurisdiction from which this bill comes. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not too often we have the opportunity to take a piece of legislation that is over 100 years old in its origin and to modernize it into the 21st century. And that's what we've done with the technological advancements, the transparency, and I'm very proud of the work that our Agriculture Committee has done, and I certainly would encourage a yes vote on this piece of legislation. And with that, I yield back to the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4550? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2591 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 199, H.R. 2591, a bill to require the administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration to revise regulations for certain individuals carrying out aviation activities who disclose a mental health diagnosis or condition and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figueres, will control 20 minutes each. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 2591 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2591, the Mental Health Aviation Act. I'd like to thank Mr. Caston, Mr. Stauber, Ranking Member Larson, and Mr. Mann for their work on this legislation and leadership on this important issue. 1 in 4 Americans today deal with mental health challenges over the course of their lifetime. We need to help make sure pilots get the help they need and still keep flying. This legislation is intended to reduce the barriers preventing pilots, air traffic controllers, and other aviation professionals from reporting and seeking mental health care. The bill builds on the bipartisan work of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee from last Congress to hold the Federal Aviation Administration accountable to Congress and the Air Medical Innovation and Modernization Working Group that we created in the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. Additionally, H.R. 2591 requires the FAA to annually review the process of mental health-related special issuances for pilots and air traffic controllers and strengthen the hiring of medical examiners to clear the backlog of special issuance requests. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I, too, rise in support of H.R. 2591, the Mental Health and Aviation Act, a bill that would modernize the Federal Aviation Administration's outdated policies and remove barriers to life-saving mental health care for the aviation workforce. As we continue to navigate the aftermath of tragic aviation accidents and harrowing near misses across this country, we must support the mental health of the dedicated women and men on the front lines of ensuring that the traveling public reaches their final destination safely. For far too long, many aviation professionals suffer in silence, and that's in silence because of the fear that disclosing a mental health diagnosis or treatment could derail their careers, possibly ending it. Many of us in Congress have heard from our constituents about the FAA's difficult aeromedical process, spoken to overworked air traffic controllers about the consequences of mounting job pressures, and we have seen qualified airline pilots grounded for months, in some cases even years, due to delays with FAA medical clearance reviews. With the 2024 FAA reauthorization as a blueprint, the Mental Health and Aviation Act will do several things. This will direct the FAA to annually review and update its mental health-related policies for pilots and air traffic controllers in consultation with key stakeholders. It requires the agency to implement recommendations from the Aviation Workforce Mental Health Task Group established under the 2024 FAA reauthorization. This will robustly make significant investments in the FAA's recruitment and training of aviation medical examiners, particularly those with mental health expertise. And finally, this legislation will establish a public information campaign to help destigmatize mental health in U.S. aviation, among other key reforms. The FAA's mental health protocols must evolve. They must evolve to foster an environment where the aviation workforce feels supported, to seek the resources and care that they need. And the Mental Health and Aviation Act will do just that. I would like to thank Representatives Caston, Stauber, and Mann for their leadership on this, as well as their staff for their hard work on this important issue. H.R. 2591 was unanimously approved in the T&I Committee in June, and it is endorsed by several key stakeholders, including U.S. airlines, air traffic controllers and pilots unions, the general aviation and business aviation industries, first responders, and many others. I encourage my colleagues to join us to support H.R. 2591 and urge the Senate to swiftly take up this bill to help provide the resources our aviation workforce desperately needs and deserves. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to Mr. Stauber of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Currently, pilots and air traffic controllers who seek mental health care are unfairly penalized. While aviation professionals are mandated to report if they seek mental health care, once they take that step, they are faced with delays, confusion, and broad regulations to return to work. This often means that relatively minor mental health concerns result in long wait times and derailed careers for safe and well-trained pilots and air traffic controllers. If we don't change how we handle mental health in aviation, we will exacerbate a culture of silence. When I was a law enforcement officer, we too faced a culture of silence. During a shift, you would see the worst of humanity, and then you went home to your loved ones that pretended everything was okay, because if you didn't, you thought you'd come off as weak or unable to handle the job. As a former police officer who required professional help after a specific call for service, I understand the importance of seeking help. It is not a sign of weakness. Like our law enforcement officers, our pilots and air traffic controllers cannot fear that their livelihoods are at stake for taking care of themselves. These efforts are what keeps skies safe in the first place. In December of 2023, the FAA recognized the need to reform its current policies and establish the Mental Health and Aviation Medical Clearance Aviation Rulemaking Committee, or ARC, to identify barriers to mental health care for aviators and present recommendations to the FAA to address these challenges. The implementation of these recommendations was directed in Section 411 of the FAA reauthorization bill we passed last year. Unfortunately, there was no required timeline for implementation, which is why I've introduced legislation with Congressman Caston, the Mental Health and Aviation Act, to ensure the timely implementation of Section 411. We want our pilots to be at the top of their game, and taking care of their mental health is critical to achieving that goal. I want to personally thank my colleague and friend, Representative Caston from Illinois, for his tremendous and strong leadership on this piece of legislation. I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back.
Yields back. Man from Michigan.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, representative from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Bipartisan Mental Health and Aviation Act, which I introduced with my friend, Mr. Stauber from Minnesota. I want to thank Congressman Stauber, as well as Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, for all their support and close collaboration on this bill. Today, pilots and air traffic controllers who seek mental health care are unfairly penalized by a system that perpetuates a culture of silence. Current regulations mandate that if they seek care, they are immediately grounded for a minimum of 6 months, and then are still faced with delays, confusion, and overbroad regulation in the process of returning to work. This often leaves the folks who are tasked with keeping our skies safe with an absolutely terrible choice. Do you get help, but put your career and your paycheck on hold, or do you keep your career on track and just hope you'll get better? This doesn't make our skies safer, but it does lead to horrible and avoidable tragedies. It's hit home for me when a Chicago family told me about their son who was studying to become a pilot, and he took his own life. He knew that he needed help, but he didn't want to be grounded. That young man would still be here today, but for these regulations that gave him fear when he needed care. Since working on this bill, I've heard too many nearly identical stories from pilots, from students studying to be pilots, from air traffic controllers, their coworkers, their families. As many have mentioned, in December 2023, the FAA finally recognized the need to reform those current policies and established a committee to identify barriers to mental health care for aviators, present ways for the FAA to address those challenges. The recommendations included limiting disclosure requirements for low-risk psychotherapy and expanding the use of existing peer support programs, but didn't mandate those changes, nor did it provide necessary implementation resources. This bill finishes that job by requiring the FAA to implement those changes within 2 years, to regularly review and improve processes related to mental health, and to ensure the FAA can successfully implement and publicize those rules. This will destigmatize mental health care to make our pilots healthier and our skies safer. I'm proud this legislation is widely supported, bipartisan in Congress, also by the aviation community, airlines, pilots unions, and air traffic controllers. I urge my colleagues to support and yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
In closing,
I support the Mental Health and Aviation Act, and I recommend my colleagues do the same. This is an important piece of legislation that will work to better the lives and better the safety of our aerospace professionals. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mental health issues are often underreported. Many times, those who do not report an issue face difficulty accessing care because of burdensome regulations and lengthy wait times for aviation professionals to return back to work. H.R. 2591 encourages and enables aviation professionals to report and access critical mental health care. Additionally, this bill will strengthen the FAA's hiring of medical examiners to help clear the backlog of special issuance requests. As you heard today, this bill will keep pilots flying, air traffic controllers working, and our airspace safe while getting people help that they need. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2591, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3055 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 200, H.R. 3055, a bill to direct the Secretary of Transportation to develop an action plan on members of the armed forces eligible for pre-separation counseling and veterans becoming supply chain employees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3055 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support my bill, H.R. 3055, the Transport Jobs Act. This bill was introduced to address common barriers that veterans and members of the armed forces face when transitioning to civilian occupations. The bill requires the creation of a veteran to supply chain employee action plan, which will identify and match the skills, knowledge, and abilities of veterans and members of the armed forces with supply chain jobs. We've all seen issues within the supply chain of unfilled jobs that are critical for the delivery of the ever-important goods and services moving throughout our economy, and veterans who move home after their service looking for employment opportunities. The Secretary of Transportation will develop the action plan in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, Veteran Affairs, and Labor. This bill provides veterans and those soon to be discharged from the armed services with the support that they deserve and addresses the continued labor shortages in our nation's critical supply chains. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support, too, of the Transitioning, Retiring, and New Service Members to Port Ocean Rail and Truck Jobs Act, as amended, which was introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Barrett, Scholten, and Bost. This legislation requires the Secretary of Transportation to develop an action plan that identifies supply chain job needs at ports, railroads, and trucking companies in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, Veterans Affairs, and Labor. Veterans are trained for hard and dedicated work. I understand why supply chain employees want to hire more veterans. And one of the lightest lifts that we can do in this body is to ensure that we are exhausting every possible resource that we can to ensure that those who have signed up to risk their lives for this country can find employment when they leave serving the armed services. It will be helpful for veterans to know about additional job opportunities at ports and railroads and with trucking companies. Many of these jobs are solid, middle-class, family-supporting union jobs. They require an understanding of the safety, sensitive nature of the work that tends to be particularly well-suited to the training military veterans have received. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Transport Act as amended to provide options for veterans during pre-separation counseling, and I recommend my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues, or rather my colleague, Ms. Skolton, for introducing this legislation with me in support of our nation's servicemen and women. I was glad the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure favorably reported this measure and look forward to the House passing this legislation. H.R. 3055 is one small step that we can take to ensure we provide our service members with the resources they need as they transition back to the civilian workforce, many of whom may have never worked in the civilian workforce before joining the military. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letter exchanges between the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and the Veteran Affairs Committee, and the Armed Services Committee.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3055 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3423 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 194, H.R. 3423, a bill to amend Title 49, United States Code to include aircraft de-icing storage facilities and the definition of airport development and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent. The members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3423 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in support of H.R. 3423, the Facility for Runway Operations and Safe Transportation Act, which will allow storage facilities for aircraft de-icing fluids and equipment to be acquired through the Airport Improvement Program, AIP funds. Under the current structure, AIP funds can be used to acquire aircraft de-icing equipment, yet when it comes to the storage facilities that house that very same equipment, airports are forced to utilize alternative and less reliable funding mechanisms. If you can use AIP funds to purchase the equipment, you should be able to use those same funding mechanisms to acquire the necessary facilities to house and protect the equipment. I would like to thank Mr. Weed for his leadership on this common sense piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support also of H.R. 3423, the Facility for Runway Operations and Safe Transportation Act, the FROST Act, a bill that would make it easier for U.S. airports to store certain critical safety equipment. I want to thank Representative Weed for introducing this bipartisan bill, as well as his Democratic co-sponsors, Representative Skolton and Representative Gillen. De-icing an aircraft is a vital part to maintaining safe flight operations, particularly during takeoff. As ice and snow accumulate on an aircraft's surface, particularly its wings, it can make the aircraft much harder to control and fly. That's why operators are federally mandated to use de-icing equipment when ice and snow accumulates to ensure that the plane can be operated safely. This equipment is so important that improper use has been cited by the National Transportation Safety Board, or failure to have it at all, as a cause of multiple aviation accidents, including a very famous one right here in the Potomac River for a flight that took off in 1982 from Ronald Reagan. Moreover, with climate change contributing to more extreme weather across the country, de-icing fluids and equipment have become even more of a necessity. The ability for airports to store this equipment on property is essential to safe and efficient flight operations. Unfortunately, as my colleague has mentioned, current law only allows airports to use their AIP funding, the Airport Improvement Program funding, towards aircraft de-icing equipment and structures, but not the storage of the facilities that house that equipment. It is almost comical, but this is a serious issue and something that we have to resolve. It is a common sense piece that we have gotten together in a bipartisan way here to address. H.R. 3423 would address this oversight by clarifying that airports can use AIP funds on storage facilities for aircraft de-icing equipment and fluids. Bolstering airports' ability to enhance aviation safety is a common sense solution that we should all support. Thank you to Representative Weed, Representative Skolton, and Representative Gillen for sponsoring this important bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin who knows a little bit about snow and ice, Mr. Weed.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3423 or the Frost Act.
Recognized.
I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3423, the bill now under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3423, the Facility for Runway Operations and Safe Transportation Act, or the Frost Act. This bipartisan legislation makes a simple but critical update to Title 49 of the United States Code by including aircraft de-icing storage facilities in the definition of airport development. In cold weather states like Wisconsin and many others across the country, safe and efficient de-icing operations are essential to keeping passengers, crews, and cargo moving during winter months. Aircraft are uniquely sensitive to any amount of ice and snow that accumulates on the airframe, causing irregularities that add weight, interrupt airflow, and can come loose during flight, potentially damaging critical flight systems. By clarifying that these storage facilities qualify for federal aircraft improvement funding, the Frost Act empowers airports to invest in infrastructure that protects lives and strengthens regional economies. This bill reflects a shared commitment to aviation safety and practical governance. It has support from both sides of the aisle and has been favorably reported by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support 3423, the Frost Act, and I urge my colleagues to do the same with this common sense piece of legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aircraft de-icing equipment is critical, as we all know, for ensuring the safe aircraft operations and the ability to maintain aircraft performance during colder months and during inclement circumstances. The Airport Improvement Program was established to fund essential airport infrastructure projects that enhance safety and mitigate issues that cold weather can bring. H.R. 3423 is simple, yet effective, and ensures storage facilities for aircraft de-icing fluids and equipment can be acquired with the Airport Improvement Program funds. I took a tour of an airport in my district not long ago, and this very issue came up as a frustration they were facing. As such, I'm proud to support this common sense piece of legislation, and I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3423 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3424.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 195, H.R. 3424, a bill to require the Administrator of the General Services Administration to collaborate with federal tenants with respect to shared space arrangements and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3424.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3424, the Shared Property Agency Collaboration and Engagement Act of 2025, or SPACE Act, directs the Administrator of the Government Services Administration, the GSA, to work with federal tenants to develop a criteria that facilitates the expanded use of space sharing or co-locating. This legislation also directs the GSA Administrator to establish measurable objectives to quantify the success of the shared space framework. The SPACE Act achieves this by building upon the important public building reforms that the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee made last Congress in the Thomas R. Carper Water Resources Development Act of 2024. I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Onder, for his leadership on this bipartisan legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I support H.R. 3424, the Shared Property Agency Collaboration and Engagement Act, the SPACE Act. This bill requires the administration of the GSA to develop new criteria to help expand the use of office space sharing for federal agencies. By sharing amenities and space and services, federal agencies can use shared space arrangements to make the most effective use of government-owned real estate. This is about efficiency. A pilot program conducted by GSA allowed 6 offices across the country to provide ready-to-use spaces conducive to cross-government collaboration while saving taxpayer dollars by reducing operational costs for federal agencies. This legislation will allow GSA to expand on these efforts by establishing standards for shared office spaces and measuring the success of this initiative. I support this bill to ensure that we are good stewards of taxpayer funding when it comes to federal real estate and encourage all members to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Onder of Missouri.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today in support of my bill, H.R. 3424, the Shared Property Agency Collaboration and Engagement Act, or SPACE Act. I'm grateful to Congressman Chris Pappas for co-leading this bipartisan effort to bring greater efficiency and accountability to federal government real estate decisions. The GSA currently manages more than 8,300 owned and leased assets, totaling over 363 million square feet. Yet many of these facilities are underused, duplicative, or poorly maintained. Agencies often operate in silos. One agency leases new office space while another has empty square footage in the same city. There is no coordinated system to ensure agencies share space or consolidate operations when possible. And that lack of communication leads to wasted taxpayer dollars. This is why the SPACE Act directs the administrator of the GSA to identify barriers to federal agencies sharing space in federally owned or leased buildings, and to develop solutions to overcome those barriers. This includes examining logistical, legal, regulatory, or cultural hurdles that prevent our agencies from entering into shared use agreements, even when that would save money and improve efficiency. Once the administrator completes this review, the GSA will report its findings and recommendations to the relevant committees of jurisdiction in both the House and Senate. This is a fiscally responsible, good government reform. It doesn't grow government, it makes existing government work smarter. We shouldn't be asking taxpayers to fund more buildings when the federal government already has plenty of space that is being mismanaged or ignored. The SPACE Act promotes better use of what we already own, reducing waste and protecting taxpayer dollars. This is not a new idea. The GAO, the Public Buildings Reform Board, and numerous oversight bodies have repeatedly recommended this kind of interagency coordination to reduce costs and improve property management. The SPACE Act puts those recommendations into action and establishes a clear process to identify opportunities and deliver results. Again, I want to thank Congressman Pappas for working with me on this legislation. This is the kind of common sense bipartisan approach that shows we can work together to fix real problems without adding bureaucracy or spending more money. The SPACE Act is about accountability and stewardship. It says to federal agencies, before you ask for more, use what you already have and work with your neighbors to do it. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 3424 and help us to move this important reform forward today. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 3424, the SPACE Act, and encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. In closing, this legislation will help improve the federal government's use of shared space and save taxpayer dollars. By building on the success of the last Congress, we can continue to implement policies that ensure we are good stewards for our taxpayer resources and hold agencies accountable for the effective and efficient use of our federal real estate portfolio. With that, I urge support of H.R. 3424. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3424? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
Two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3425 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 196, H.R. 3425, a bill to direct the Director of the Federal Protective Service to establish processes to strengthen oversight, performance, and accountability of contract security personnel engaged in the protection of certain buildings and grounds, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3425 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3425, the Post Act of 2025, strengthens the Federal Protective Service, or FPS, and their ability to secure federal facilities and improve accountability for the contract guards who protect them. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has conducted bipartisan oversight of FPS operations and federal facility security. Both testimony at hearings and Government Accountability Office reports have reinforced the need for these reforms. The Federal Protective Service is tasked with securing approximately 9,000 GSA leased and owned facilities across America. To protect these buildings, FPS oversees over 15,000 contracted guards known as protective security officers. Despite the size and importance of the service's mission, serious vulnerabilities exist in its oversight of contract guards. For example, one GAO investigation found that contracted guards failed to detect a concealed weapon, including batons and pepper spray, in half of covert security tests. While FPS uses covert testing to assess security vulnerabilities, they lack a standardized system to track, analyze, and respond to the results. The Post Act addresses this critical gap by requiring the FPS director to establish and maintain a centralized database to capture covert test data, including why a contract guard failed to detect contraband. The legislation mandates quarterly analysis of this data to identify trends and training needs and requires targeted corrective training for guards who fail covert tests, helping close performance gaps and improve public safety. This is a common sense reform that turns the tests FPS is already conducting into data that can drive actionable improvements, making federal buildings safer for employees and the American people that we serve. The Post Act also tackles another persistent problem, FPS's broken shift tracking system. In 2018, FPS launched the post tracking system to modernize its paper-based guard sign-in process. 7 years later, the post tracking system remains unreliable, and FPS still relies on paper records. As a result, FPS has been unable to issue timely notifications to tenant agencies about guard shortages. In some cases, this even forced the closure of a federal building to the public. The Post Act would require FPS to either fix PTS or replace it with a modern, dependable solution. H.R. 3425 contains practical measures to improve FPS's oversight of contract guards, strengthen accountability, and improve safety at federal buildings. I want to thank the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for his leadership on this legislation, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for working on this bipartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3425, the Personnel Oversight and Shift Tracking Act of 2025, a bill that I am proud to co-sponsor. This bill would require the director of the FPS, the Federal Protective Service, to establish processes to strengthen oversight, performance, and accountability of contract security personnel engaged in the protection of federal buildings and grounds that are owned, occupied, or secured by GSA. FPS law enforcement officers and the contract guards that support them risk their lives every day to protect federal workers and the public by controlling access to government facilities and screening visitors for prohibited items. As part of these efforts, FPS investigators have covertly tested security at federal buildings to ensure the accuracy of these systems and have developed a tracking system to ensure guards are qualified and posts are staffed adequately. Despite these efforts, however, guards failed to detect prohibited items in about half of the 27 covert tests that the Government Accountability Office investigators conducted just last year. Additionally, the new FPS tracking system has not worked well enough to replace the old paper-based system, as my colleague has just described. By improving FPS data collection and analysis and implementing the findings on these security tests, the agency will be able to better ensure the safety and security of federal buildings, employees, the public, and the FPS officers themselves. I support this legislation and urge all members to do the same to make sure that we are holding our contractors accountable and doing everything we can to protect our federal buildings and our personnel located within. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Kennedy of Utah.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 3425, the Personnel Oversight and Shift Tracking Act of 2025, or the POST Act, and I thank Mr. Barrett and Mr. Figures for their support of this really important bill. This is a common sense bill that fixes a broken system and restores accountability within the Federal Protective Service. The Federal Protective Service, or FPS, is responsible for protecting nearly 9,000 federal facilities nationwide. In fiscal years 2024, FPS operated with a $2.2 billion budget and oversaw more than 15,000 contract protective services officers. With that level of funding and manpower, taxpayers expect reliable results. Unfortunately, that's not what they are getting. A recent GAO investigation showed contract guards failed to detect banned items like batons and pepper spray in half of all covert tests. That is unacceptable, and it should never have been allowed to persist. It is also preventable. H.R. 3425 makes sure FPS reviews these failures, documents them, identifies the root causes, and then takes corrective action. This bill also addresses the embarrassing state of FPS's post-tracking system. Back in 2018, FPS promised to modernize guard sign-in with a digital system. Years later, that system still doesn't work, and the agency is still relying on paper as its official record. That means Washington can't even confirm in real time whether a building is staffed and secure. In some cases, buildings have had to close because of it. That is a waste of money and a failure of leadership. H.R. 3425 fixes this by giving FPS 6 months to either make the system work or replace it with one that does. Mr. Speaker, this is not complicated. When Americans walk into a federal building, they deserve to know it's staffed and secure. The American people expect their government to meet basic duties. The POST Act honors that expectation by restoring accountability and requiring results. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3425, the POST Act, so that we restore proper oversight and accountability in the Federal Protective Service and protect taxpayers from waste and failure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 3425 and want to thank my colleague, Mr. Kennedy, for his leadership on this important matter. The POST Act of 2025 is something that I urge all my colleagues to support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 3425 as amended strengthens oversight of the Federal Protective Service's Contract Guard program and ensures protective security officers are properly trained and accountable. Additionally and importantly, this legislation modernizes critical systems to make federal buildings safer for employees and the public. With that, I urge support of H.R. 3425 as amended, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3425, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise or remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3428.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 198, H.R. 3428, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to conduct a review of the Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commissions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3428.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague, Congressman Bresnahan, for his hard work on this bill. The Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commissions for the Susquehanna, Delaware, and Potomac rivers came into existence before the creation of the EPA and mandated federal involvement in the commissions. H.R. 3428 is a good government bill that directs the GAO to review the ethics, practices, funding, and federal responsibilities of the commissions. Congress has a duty to conduct oversight of these commissions, and I thank Mr. Bresnahan for ensuring that we fulfill that role. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3428, a bill to direct the GAO to review the 3 Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commissions and report on the practices and federal responsibilities of each commission. The Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commissions serve an important role in the region by managing, protecting, and improving their respective river basins. The commissions were created to consolidate a complex web of state, interstate, and federal efforts into one. For example, the history of the Potomac Basin Commission reminds us how the commission was formed in response to extreme pollution levels to our nation's river that required a regional cooperative response by all jurisdictions. Similarly, the Delaware River Basin Compact, signed in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy and then governors of Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, created a commission with the force of law to oversee a unified approach to managing the river without regard to political boundaries. As a result of these commissions, water quality on the Delaware, Potomac, and Susquehanna rivers have in many ways vastly improved. But threats such as population increases, land use changes, and the growth of impervious surface, chemical contaminants, and nutrient and sediment enrichment still require focused regional attention. This GAO study will review these partnerships and how responsibilities are split between the commissions and the federal agencies, as well as examine the transparency and communication practices of the commissions. I support H.R. 3428 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Bresnahan of Pennsylvania.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to introduce H.R. 3428, the Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commission Review Act. This legislation will bring much-needed oversight and clarity to the activities and funding streams for the Delaware River Basin Commission, Susquehanna River Basin Commission, the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin. The River Basin Commissions in the Mid-Atlantic work across state lines to regulate the river systems within a watershed. Since their inceptions after World War II, the rivers they manage have grown in importance as our populations have grown and the water usage has increased. Millions of people rely on these rivers for water and wastewater needs, including my constituents in Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District. These commissions also play a role in protecting rivers from pollution and ensuring the ecosystems remain vibrant and resilient. As the roles have grown, Congress has not always had insight into the exact responsibility and tasks the River Basin Commissions are undertaking. My legislation directs the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study and compile recommendations for the Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commissions to ensure they have proper ethics policies in place, conduct an inventory of the federal responsibilities, and look to see if any of their responsibilities have become duplicative since their inceptions. My legislation then directs these River Basin Commissions to report back annually on how they are complying with these recommendations. GAO is the gold standard for federal reports and has conducted numerous reports and studies of government agencies. In fact, according to the GAO, 75% of the recommendations are implemented over a 4-year period. I trust these proper oversights will help help these river basin commissions find ways to improve their services to their citizens and the rivers they serve. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 3428 and want to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to do the same in supporting this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3428, the Mid-Atlantic River Basin Commission Review Act, is legislation that will ensure important rivers in our communities are with proper oversight and taxpayer resources are carried out in their missions responsibly. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3428? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass. H.R. 3424 and H.R. 3425. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3424, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 195, H.R. 3424. A bill to require the Administrator of the General Services Administration to collaborate with federal tenants with respect to shared space arrangements and for other purposes.
The question is, shall the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 397, the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3425 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 196, H.R. 3425, a bill to direct the Director of the Federal Protective Service to establish processes to strengthen oversight, performance, and accountability of contract security personnel engaged in the protection of certain buildings and grounds and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered to be the first sponsor of H.R. 1000, a bill originally introduced by Representative Green of Tennessee for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Gentlewoman will suspend for a moment. The House will be in order. Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Must consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1510, the Due Process Continuity of Care Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Sylvester Turner of Texas for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, the House will come to order. Members are advised to take their conversations out of the chamber. What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 2181, the Protect Our Watchdogs Act of 2025, a bill originally introduced by Representative Gerald Connolly of Virginia for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside of the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, September is Suicide Prevention Month, and I rise today during National Suicide Prevention Week to raise awareness and promote hope. Suicide affects millions of people every year, yet too many struggle in silence. Suicidal thoughts can affect anyone, regardless of age, and is among the leading causes of death in the United States. Mental health professionals, advocacy organizations, survivors, and allies take this month to combat the stigma of discussing mental health and connect with those with suicidal thoughts to a network of professional resources. There is no single cause of suicide, but suicide risk increases when several health factors and life stressors converge to create an experience of hopelessness and despair. Mr. Speaker, suicide is preventable. Increasing access to crisis resources saves lives. Mental and behavioral health research saves lives. Ending the stigma surrounding suicide saves lives. Prioritizing self-care is a vital way to support your mental well-being and reduce the risk of suicide. Suicide Prevention Month reminds us that silence can cost lives and conversation can save them. Start a conversation today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today a CBS News poll came out, and it showed 65% of Americans think that the president's policies are making us pay more for goods like groceries. I have learned in my career that results mean more than rhetoric. So I invite you to join me in tracking what is actually happening in the country, not the words that are being said. Make a list this week when you shop and jot down the prices you pay. List the date and specifically note the price of a loaf of bread, a gallon of milk, a gallon of orange juice, a box of cereal, a dozen eggs, a package of butter, and stop in any store. Note the price of a package of gym socks, a tube of toothpaste. When you gas up your car, the price of regular gasoline, and your most recent electric bill dated today, this day in September. Keep the sheet handy, because in January, we want you to do that list again. You won't need a cable news station or a podcast or a talk show to tell you what's going on. You'll see it for yourself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the lives of two remarkable constituents from Pearl River, May and Bob Kreider, who passed away this summer just weeks apart after 67 years of marriage. May Kreider, a proud Bronx native and first-generation Irish American, built a career as a nurse and educator, earning her master's degree at Columbia University. She gave her life to caring for others, whether at Columbia Presbyterian, in hospice, or through her leadership with the Ladies' Ancient Order of the Hibernians in Pearl River, where she was blessed to be named the Grand Marshal of the Rockland County St. Patrick's Day Parade in 2010. Bob Kreider proudly served our nation in the Navy during the Korean War, and later as a highly decorated detective sergeant with the NYPD. His life was defined by service, faith, and devotion to his family and protecting his community. Together, Bob and May raised 5 children and built not just a family, but a home rooted in love, faith, and service. Their legacy lives on in Pearl River, in their children, and their 8 grandchildren that they cherished, and in the countless lives they touched with their kindness. May God bless the memory of Bob and May Kreider, and may he continue to comfort their family and friends during this time of loss. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the remarkable Alberta Whitaker Parker Newsom, a true gem in the community of Ahoskie, North Carolina. At the impressive age of 100, Miss Alberta maintains her spunk by exercising 1 hour a day, 3 times a week, lifting weights at the ECU Health Wellness Center. She actively drives around town and takes great pride, too, in her yard that she beautifully maintains. Here's another secret. She starts the day with a bowl of oatmeal. Her spirited enthusiasm extends to her spiritual life as well, where she sings in the new Ahoskie Baptist Church choir. She believes in eating right, exercising, and trusting in God. Miss Alberta is the ideal of longevity and resilience, inspiring us to embrace life with purpose, gratitude, and a zest for living. She truly represents the heart and soul of Eastern North Carolina, and we love her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Irina Zarutska fled from war-torn Ukraine and came here for safety. But America failed her. Irina was brutally stabbed to death while riding a Charlotte light rail. In a horrific attack caught on camera, her throat was cut by a violent serial criminal with 14 prior arrests. Why was this violent criminal let out without bond by a liberal judge? This incident reflects a broader crisis unfolding across our nation where soft on crime policies allow dangerous criminals to evade accountability. Democrats and their media enable this by standing with criminals. Notice how mainstream media has failed to even mention Irina's name. America failed her, and we must ensure it does not fail others like her. Together we can honor her memory by building a safer, stronger America, one where no 23-year-old woman has to live in fear of being stabbed by a repeat offender who appears to just be a random stranger sitting behind her on the train. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, today I am here to stand up for Oregon. Now, just before the weekend, the president spouted off some nonsense about deploying the National Guard to Portland. And as we've seen in D.C., L.A., and now Boston, it's an unwelcome occupation. The president is wasting our troops' time and the country's money to play cops and robbers for his ego. Now, if he wants to send federal resources to help our state, then how about he invests in our schools instead of cutting the Department of Education? How about he sends funding that we can use to provide high-quality child care to every child and family, to build more affordable housing, and to clean up the Superfund site on the Willamette River? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if the president actually wants to help Oregonians, he should focus on his failing economic policies that are hurting Americans and raising our costs. We got us. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in great sadness and outrage as what happened to this beautiful, true refugee from Ukraine that made it to this country. She escaped that war-torn situation and found refuge in America, as it should be. Her life was viciously taken in the city of Charlotte on the light rail system there by a guy who had been let out 14 different times by different judges. The system failed her. The system's failing a lot of people. So I don't quite understand whether President Trump or others are trying to up the game on trying to enforce the law in our cities with extra resources, why there's so much opposition to doing that. This beautiful life, gone unnecessarily. What's the governor down in North Carolina, Josh Stein? He didn't even want to acknowledge it until he finally got so much heat and pressure on that. Of course, the mayor there in Charlotte, she wanted to sympathize with the killer. And where is the press coverage on this? A certain guy in Minnesota years ago has got way more press coverage. Is it because it's the wrong narrative? The wrong narrative? Is that what it is? I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that is simple but essential: trust. trust in our government to do the right thing and fulfill its fiduciary duty. When farmers apply for a loan or disaster aid, they're not just filling out forms. They're opening their homes, finances, and their futures to the federal government. As the daughter of an Idaho potato farmer, I know how sacred that trust is. And I spent most of my legal career protecting kids and their privacy online. But recent reporting of unauthorized access by DOJ to USDA systems has shaken faith and public trust. To this day, we still don't know who accessed that data, what they did with it, and whether it was shared with third parties. Our farmers deserve answers. That's why I introduced the Protecting Agricultural Borrower Information Act to safeguard the most sensitive financial information held by USDA and its Farm Service Agency. It's not just about data, it's about respect. This bill keeps promises to rural communities, restores accountability, and strengthens the fiduciary bond between citizens and government. Farmers feed our country. The least we can do is to protect their privacy. I urge my colleagues to stand with me. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart because Irina Zarutska should still be alive. She fled Ukraine seeking safety and freedom, and instead she was stabbed to death in a Charlotte light rail car by a 14-time criminal who should never have been back on the streets. In fact, a person who had skipped bond on 3 occasions in the past. Leftist politicians and judges who have enabled this violent repeat offender to walk have blood on their hands. As a representative of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, I'm not going to stay silent while innocent people pay the price for broken bail policies and soft-on-crime judges. That's why I'm proud to co-lead co-chairwoman Stefanik's Keeping Violent Offenders Off Our Streets Act, which will make it harder for violent criminals to slip through the cracks and walk free without proper review. In fact, it may even hold federal funds away from local governments that refuse to follow the law and allow these soft-on-crime policies. Folks in Charlotte and folks throughout this entire country deserve to feel safe. The system failed Irina, and if we don't fix it now, it will fail again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on South and Central Asia to sound the alarm about the deterioration of our strategic partnership with India at the hands of Donald Trump. As 2 major democracies and economies, U.S.-India cooperation is essential to advancing our mutual interests and confronting our shared competitors. President Biden took the relationship to new heights, strengthening collaboration on defense, strategic technologies, and the Quad. But in mere months, Trump's reckless foreign policy style has unraveled decades of progress, suddenly slapping India with 50% tariffs because his fragile ego was so triggered. And Republicans have refused to go to bat for the U.S.-India relationship when it really matters, beholden to their MAGA isolationist base. This partnership is too important to be sacrificed by Trump's ego and Republican complicity. Trump must reverse course, make a deal, and fix the damage that he has caused. He needs to get his act together on behalf of this country and our relationship with India. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise today in regard to the latest stabbing on the Charlotte transit system of Irina Zaratsky. It is just the latest awful example of what's gone wrong with our criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, as well today, I felt compelled to tell my daughters to be careful. This suspect has been arrested 14 times, including for violent offenses. Despite this record, mental health issues, skipping bond, a Democrat judge, happened to be Democrat, released him back into the streets after his arrest in January. Police do their jobs, but ideological prosecutors and judges
refuse to do theirs. This is not justice. It's a failed social experiment backfiring on our communities. We see it time and time again. In D.C., police recently arrested a carjacking suspect who laughed in their faces saying, "I've been in the D.C. jail 6 times for this warrant. I'll be out tomorrow," because the assailants never show up. That is the mentality of this broken system, and it emboldens criminals. But President Trump is proving there's another way, using all the resources available to protect innocent people. Mr. Speaker, we need to support these efforts. We need to bring law and order to our streets. The American people deserve protection, not excuses. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a treasured Northwest Ohio tradition in Ohio's 9th District, the Fulton County Fair. It is the second largest fair in the state of Ohio, which has 88 counties, surpassed only by the State Fair. Hallelujah, Fulton County. I was honored to spend the day there recently with the residents, with visitors from other counties. I was able to listen to farmers, veterans at the hallowed Veterans Bean Dinner, and people from both young and old from far and wide. The show barns were full of animals and people, and the weather was heavenly. I spoke with constituents from 6 of the 8 counties I represent and got a famous Fulton County Dairy Association milkshake, a farm fresh cheeseburger, and got to meet hundreds from across the vast northwestern Ohio region I represent and beyond, even Michigan. The Fulton County Fair welcomed a record 180,000 visitors over the opening weekend, and last but surely not least, I spent time speaking with the dedicated director of the Fulton County Farm Bureau, Roy Norman. I learned some of the great soil and conservation work being done in this mighty, hard-working county, so let me invite all visitors from our region and across our country to check out the Fulton County Fair next year. Set up your campers. You won't be disappointed. Onward, Fulton County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of American hero Donald McPherson of Adams, Nebraska, who sadly passed away last month as our nation's last surviving World War II ace fighter pilot. In his F-6F Hellcat, Mr. McPherson directly faced our enemies in the skies to defend our country and preserve our liberty, shooting down 5 enemy aircraft while stationed aboard the USS Essex in the Pacific. He earned 3 Distinguished Flying Crosses and 4 Air Medals. In 2015, I proudly congratulated Mr. McPherson on receiving the Congressional Gold Medal for his valiant service to our country. After his wartime service, Mr. McPherson was a dedicated volunteer with the VFW, American Legion, his local church, youth baseball and softball leagues, and he served as Scoutmaster for Troop 280. The legacies of our selfless military heroes, certainly including Mr. McPherson, must be celebrated and protected for future generations to understand the true cost of freedom. On behalf of the people of Nebraska's 3rd District, I thank Mr. McPherson for his service to our country and extend my condolences to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Latina, I'm a citizen, and I speak Spanish. My family has been in Nuevo Mexico for 17 generations. Today, ICE can now detain me if they hear me talking to my tía saying something like, hoy la Corte Suprema puso a todos los latinos en peligro de ser detenidos por ICE. Les dieron permiso de detener a cualquier persona que parezca latina, habla con acento en español o tenga un trabajo humilde. En vez de proteger a su gente, este gobierno acaba de condenar a millones de latinos a vivir con miedo. ¿Veremos más padres esposados frente a sus hijos y trabajadores detenidos mientras cosechan nuestra comida? Ahora tenemos que cargar nuestros pasaportes como si ser latino fuera un crimen. Esto es el racismo que va mano en mano con el fascismo. In my America, we all belong. In Trump's America, we do not.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman will provide a translation. Gracias. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. I ask this body to join me in praying for the family of Irina Zarutska, who was brutally murdered on the Charlotte Light Rail by a violent, repeat offender who never should have been on the streets in the first place. Irina was a 23-year-old woman who fled the war in Ukraine just to meet her horrific fate at the hands of a dangerous criminal who was repeatedly released from jail over and over on serious, dangerous charges. Irina had a bright future ahead of her. Sadly, she'll never see her home country again. Gone is her chance for a new future here in America, and it didn't have to happen. This criminal had a rap sheet going back nearly 2 decades, including armed robbery and threats of violence. Yet because of irresponsible policies by our former Governor Roy Cooper's administration, this brutal thug was set free and allowed to terrorize our community again and again. Our people deserve common sense leadership that puts victims first and keeps dangerous criminals behind bars. I will keep fighting to make sure violent offenders stay off the street and that our communities are safe for every family. And I will pray for Irina's family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I recently held community conversations across Indiana's 1st Congressional District. What I heard loud and clear was that families are struggling with rising costs at the grocery store, skyrocketing utility bills, and economic uncertainty created by the chaos from this administration. My constituents know exactly that this economic pain and unfairness stems from the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. You can't fool hardworking people. They see the truth as clear as day. Yes, there are tax breaks on tips and overtime, but only for 3 years. At the same time, billionaires and those that can afford $1 million annual membership to Mar-a-Lago got tax cuts that are permanent. Why is help for working families temporary, but handouts for privileged permanent? We won't be deceived. Communities in Northwest Indiana are struggling with increasing costs, and they know that the Republican bill is unfair toward working families. It is one of many reasons I oppose this unpopular legislation and why I will continue to fight to make the current tax benefits for working families permanent. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
We're going to follow up with a theme that's been talked about earlier within our conference. Frequently, Republicans have to go home and explain they aren't getting done what they want to get done. It's because the rules in the Senate require 60 votes to break a filibuster, which means to get almost anything done in the Senate, you need Chuck Schumer to sign off. However, 3 times in this 2-year period, through the process called reconciliation, we're able to pass a bill out of the Senate with 50 votes, or 51 votes with the Vice President. There are Republicans here who do not want to put us in that position. 8 years ago, in Donald Trump's first term, some of these same Republicans, when we also had 3 votes, we used 1 vote for the tax cut, 1 vote to try and fail to do something on health care reform, and the 3rd vote the senators didn't want to use. They wanted to restrict the floor votes to votes in which Chuck Schumer signed off. We're now at the same position this time, and I hope our talk radio and mouthpieces will wake up and demand that the Republicans use all 3 reconciliation votes this biennium. Thank you.
Expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 37th time to demand that the Trump administration restore life-saving food aid for malnourished children. This is Plumpy Nut, manufactured in my district to treat kids who are starving to death. You see, when children are starving, their organs stop working. They cannot digest regular food. This is their only chance at getting back to health. It took the Trump administration 10 days to put a stop on USAID's shipments of Plumpy Nut to starving children around the world. Since then, they have promised over and over again that the program will restart. They have issued RFPs. They have said that they are going to start shipping again. But it has been 9 months. It has taken them 10 days to shut down this program and 9 months and counting to get it going again. And every day that they delay and drag their feet is a day that children are starving. Stop the excuses, stop the delay, restore this program, and I will speak out on this floor every day until you do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we find ourselves staring down a deadline to fund the government. Deadline after deadline after deadline. And once again, we expect to see our colleagues across the aisle use this as an opportunity to put partisanship over people. And like so many Americans watching from home, I must ask, why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening? My colleagues across the aisle either don't understand or simply don't care about how a government shutdown impacts people, real people. They seem to think it is a tool that they can use to force their cruel agenda on our communities, a tool to take more from the folks they have already hurt with their big, ugly bill. During recess, I conducted a roundtable with school leaders from 18 cities in my district, and they talked about the challenges students will face with cuts to SNAP benefits and the school lunch program, how students will not be able to show up to school ready to learn, how it would impact their learning experience, their school environment. I spoke to families who told me they didn't know how they would be able to afford health care once their Medicaid is cut, once the effective date kicks in. We talked to many constituents about how they would be able to afford to put food on their table once SNAP benefit cuts kick in. The people deserve a government that works, a government that works for the people, one that's stable, functional, and focused on solving real problems, not constantly heading toward a shutdown, not a government engaged in constant cruelty, constant chaos, constant confusion. Once again, the American people deserve a government that works for them. That means investing in what matters. Public safety. How about education, transportation, healthcare, and the services that families and communities rely on the most? Those are the programs we should be investing in, not cutting. We need more investments in these programs. So, we must and will oppose attempts to slash those services. And we won't support a partisan, poisonous bill that hurts the people we serve. the people that depend on us, the people that have elected us to work on their behalf, and their behalf only. And that is as simple as that. We will not support it. Point blank, period. Better is possible. We know better is possible. We know better despite what the other side of the aisle does. That is why we are going to continue to fight. Fight like hell for the people that we deserve, because we know that they deserve better. And we will not stop fighting, no matter what. We are fighting not just to pass something to keep the lights on for another few months, but for a solution that actually serves the American people. Something that makes people's lives better. Did we forget why we are here? Why the people elected us? They elected us to make their lives better, not to hurt them or make their lives worse. That's not our job. Let me remind you, the people elected us, they put their trust in us to make their lives better, not worse. I invite all my colleagues to join us. Join us to fight for people, to work for people. Let's get back to the real work in these chambers. Let's make it make sense. Why we are here, working on behalf of our constituents who have elected us. Let's get back to the people's business. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call up my colleague at this time, Sydney Kamblogger-Dove of California.
Thank you to my illustrious colleague from the great state of New Jersey for being the lead for tonight's Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour to talk about, the government. Hello. To talk about money, to talk about funding, to talk about keeping this government open, to talk about why we come here every single day of each week, and why some of us are fighting for the American people, and while other of us are fighting for Donald Trump. This is a great time to share that Republicans don't care about you. You, all you. Trump doesn't care about you. None of you. They don't care about your safety. They don't care about your freedom. They don't care about your voice. They don't care about your vote. And they don't care about your pocketbook. You would say, why does the Congresswoman from California say this? Because I have receipts, and I'm going to share them. Earlier this year, Republicans voted on a $4.5 trillion tax cut for the richest of the rich. In order to pay for that, they passed a honkin' series of cuts to all of the services that you need to help you survive and thrive. What kinds of services, you say? Things like shutting down or threatening to shut down Social Security offices in high-rent districts, which would include all of Los Angeles. Cutting funding to SNAP, so young mothers who are looking for baby formula for their babies, folks who need help buying food so that maybe their children's bellies aren't empty when they're going to school, farmers who actually produce goods that are sold into this agricultural program, those services would be cut. Cutting funding to the Small Business Administration. Most people in my district are interested in their hustle, their small business that they're trying to get off the ground. I thought that's why the SBA was developed, designed, created to help you start your business. Now we have a president that wants to cut that, maybe because he wants all the money. We have a president supported by a Republican Party that is sending the National Guard, militarizing soldiers against citizens in those cities and states. They are right here at Union Station in Washington, D.C. You taxpayers are footing $1 million a day for these National Guard members to pick up trash, doing the job that sanitation workers would be doing in this District of Columbia. We're talking about $770 billion to Medicare. I talk to young people in my district, Mr. Speaker, they say, well, I'm not on Medicare. I say, that's right, maybe you're not, but your grandmother is, your elderly aunt is, and you know what? The doctor you see is able to see you because of the reimbursement they're getting from a Medicare patient. And with these cuts, we are hearing from community clinics, we are hearing from hospitals, we are hearing from doctors and other healthcare providers. They're trying to see if they're able to stay open to help you when you get sick. But that's been cut. Last administration, President Biden said, I'm going to forgive student loans. This president say, oh no, everybody pay except me. Everybody pay but me. And not only are we doing away with that forgiveness, but we're actually capping the amount of money that you can get in student loans and in grants to maybe go to medical school. Because Lord knows we need more doctors, especially in rural communities, willing to help Americans as they search for health care. One place, though, that didn't get cut is ICE and Homeland Security, because this is an administration that wants his own personal militia to go after folks who ask for the truth. But these cuts also mean and include cuts to federal jobs. California is the state with the second largest number of federal workers, workers who have been answering the phones when you call, checking on your application when you submit it, getting back to you about your benefits. Well, those folks are being terminated. Oh, but this is the president who's all about workers first, which is why I had to drive down this city to the Department of Labor and see the president's face on the big old banner. Well, why are we spending money on these banners but cutting money to farmers? Yes, because dismantling USAID and cutting USAID is more than just what's happening in other countries. You're actually also cutting contracts to American farmers who produce goods and products that we then sell to other countries. This is all about hurting all of us. Funding to the National Institute of Health, cutting cancer research. In my state of California, we were on the cusp. We were on the cusp of clinical trials because a cure had been found for breast cancer. On the cusp of clinical trials, in the works, a cure for prostate cancer. All of that now stopped because of cuts to the National Institute of Health. So that's what we're talking about. And the party in power has a responsibility to make sure that those services, those basic services, because nothing I talked about was not basic, to make sure this party in power has a responsibility to make sure that those kinds of services are not cut. I'm trying to find out why we have a president who is chair of both the World Cup and the Olympics, events that will be happening in my district, in my state. World Cup festivities will be happening in cities across this state. Well, how can you have cities who are preparing for the World Cup and the Olympics when they are being attacked by the federal government, when we are not providing them the supports that they need to get ready? And now here we are on the verge of the third set of receipts, a funding shutdown, which is imminent, and which can be stopped by the party in power, the Republicans. But Republicans have to make a decision. Are they going to prioritize the American people, or are they going to prioritize the President of the United States? I don't know about you, but the Congresswoman from New Jersey talked about hosting town halls in her district. I did too. I didn't meet a constituent who said they wanted the Rose Garden paved at the White House. I haven't met a constituent who said they want to see more gold candelabras in the White House. But I have met constituents who've said, what's going to happen to my health insurance? When is ICE going to get out of the kindergartens in Los Angeles? So I hope we don't have a government shutdown, but that would require Republicans to make some decisions about who they're going to support. On top of, which people like to forget, the last thing we did before the beginning of August, which was Republicans voted on a rescissions package, which was essentially giving the president back money that Congress had already voted to appropriate to go to the American people. And some Republicans said, let's do this once a month. This is not no exercise. It's like, let's go on a diet once a month. Okay, let's cut more money out of the hands of the American people. It's not funny. I know people think that Congress is drama and theater, but it's not theater when you talk to a constituent who says, thank God you called the agency on my behalf so that I could get my benefits back. It's not theater when you have a constituent who's older, who's going to get evicted, and they say, thank God you called HUD to make sure that my grandmother doesn't get evicted from her house. I thought that's what the government was supposed to do. How come no one answers my calls? How come this president doesn't care about me? This is not theater, people. We have farmers in trouble. We have young children who are hungry. We have elders who are concerned if they are going to be able to go to the doctor when they get sick. We have young people who don't even know if it's worth them going to college because they don't know if they will find a job. And we have partners and friends who have opened up businesses in our cities across this country who are afraid to show up to their job because they don't know if they will be snatched and deported, even though they are legally allowed to be here. What is going on? We read these headlines, it does not sound like anything that should be happening in the United States of America. It's one thing to talk about policy, but it is another thing. It is another thing to cut the benefits of a veteran who put their life on the line to protect us. It is one thing to debate policy. It is another thing to vote to shut down a hospital. It is one thing to talk about foreign policy and where we should be and what we should be doing. It is another thing to cut jobs. Folks who are building things that keep us safe. I had a gentleman come into my office a week ago. He is not even in my state. He has a business in Mississippi, and they make the thermostats that we put in the refrigerators. And they have investments in another country. But they have American people, American workers working in Mississippi and in that country. And you know, the money they make comes here. And he said, I'm going to have to fire all those people and shut down because of these cuts on top of these tariffs. Now, that man didn't vote for me. That man probably didn't even vote for my candidate. But he came in my office and said, can you help? What is going on? What is going on? And my answer was, we got some people up in here that ain't got no courage. They don't have no courage. I don't owe you nothing. You're not in my state. But you are trying to create jobs to help American people, give young people an idea about how they can start their own business and be an entrepreneur and come up with a product they can patent that's good for business. that allows them to earn some money, save some money, start a family. All that is in jeopardy because of these cuts, because of these rescissions, and because of this potential government shutdown. I don't know about you, but when I'm in trouble, I don't call somebody and say, hey, are you a Republican or a Democrat? I just call and say, can you help me? My dad got health issues right now. I was on the phone. I wasn't saying, hey, who did you vote for? I said, hey, can you help my dad? That's what Americans across this country are asking. Like, are you, the people in power, the people with the gavel, are you going to help me? Make me drop my notes. And I want the party in power to say, yeah, I'm going to help you. I'm going to prioritize you. And I'm just not going to prioritize you in March of 2026 before my name is on the ballot. I'm going to prioritize you right now. Because American companies, American students, American innovators, American researchers, American veterans, American farmers, American students deserve all of us fighting for them and not for one person who's only looking to hang more banners up and put up more gold candelabras at 1600 Pennsylvania. Thank you, and I yield back.
Wow. I'm telling you, it's time for us to work for the people. The fine gentlewoman of California, thank you for those remarks. It's time for us to work for people. That's what we're here for. That's what your constituents voted for you to do, not cut. Think about it. The next time you see, I say this to my colleagues across the aisle, the next time you're out in your district working, ask one of your constituents, is your life better? Has your life been better since January 20th? Is it better? Ask. See what they tell you. I can bet you that it isn't. With that, I would love to turn it over to my co-anchor of this special order hour, the fine gentlewoman from Virginia, Rep. McCullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Congresswoman McIver for co-anchoring this special order hour tonight. You know, you don't grow up in the Commonwealth of Virginia without getting history lessons. And those lessons stuck with me. And I am cognizant that next year, we have the opportunity to celebrate 250 years of an extraordinary, revolutionary, radical idea that had never been tried truly before in the world. The idea that the power of government derives from the people, not from brute force, not from getting it from an inheritance, but the consent of the governed to give power to the government. And why do they do that? To meet their needs, to solve their problems. And it's an idea that sparked my imagination as a child. It's an idea that as I listened to my parents tell stories of what their life was like growing up during the Depression, growing up during Jim Crow, where they didn't always have their needs met, not because of any fault of their own or their parents. But they saw the best of government through the New Deal, where the federal government used its power to help people who couldn't afford to put food on the table, to help people who lost their life savings overnight in a stock market crash, but didn't help all the people. Because at the same time, my parents saw the worst of government, a government that oppresses some for the benefit of a few. And that sparked my imagination again to say, what can I do to make government that force for good, that helps people and solves problems, rather than oppresses some for the benefit of a few? And eventually, that question led me to Congress. And after growing up as a member of Generation X on Schoolhouse Rock, learning about just a bill's journey to becoming a law, I got here and thought, they didn't get it right. Because there is no song for what I've seen since coming to Congress, particularly in the 119th. We stand here today 22 days before government funding expires. We stand here, House and Senate Democrats, ready to pass a bipartisan funding bill that will improve the health of Americans, that will improve access to quality, affordable health care, that will improve the safety and economic well-being of every American. As a matter of fact, our leaders sent a letter to Republican leadership in the House and the Senate to that effect. And the very next day, the president sent down a pocket rescission that the Republican chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee said was unlawful. I happen to agree. And most of this Congress, we have watched a president ignore the will of Congress. Or we have seen, at the president's request, congressional Republicans cut Medicaid, cut SNAP benefits, put lifetime caps on student loans, federal student loans, cut funding that Congress appropriated for cancer research, for the National Institutes of Health, a whole host of things. And people at home are scratching their heads saying, how does this help me? How does this solve my problem? It creates more. I spent the August recess mostly in my district, but I spread out a little bit beyond my district because I'm one of only 2 Virginians on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Healthcare in particular has been very important to me. And so I spent time talking to my constituents and listening, more importantly, to their concerns, what they were worried about, what they were afraid of. And then talking particularly to healthcare providers across the Commonwealth. What I heard was a lot of anxiety and fear. Whether it was my farmers who, because of tariff policies, aren't seeing the kind of orders, particularly for soybeans, that they used to see this time of year to go overseas. Or they can't get the equipment to repair or parts to repair their equipment because of tariffs, or businesses that have had to raise prices because they've absorbed them for as long as they can. And yet they're in that between a rock and a hard place where if they raise their prices too much, especially the small business owners, they're going to go out of business. I heard from state legislators who wonder, how am I going to fill the hole in my state budget caused by cuts to Medicaid, cuts to SNAP, the requirements on states to pay more, when I'm also trying to fill the holes in NIH funding, in all the other healthcare-related funding that helps me meet the needs of my constituents. When I'm waiting for the Department of Education to send money as schools are about to start that was appropriated, but we still don't have. And what my state legislators and my local elected officials told me was, I keep hearing people say about how this big, ugly bill is a tax cut, but what it's doing to me is forcing me to either cut services or raise taxes at the state or the local level. We have 22 days for Republicans to decide whether we're going to have a government shutdown. Because you made clear from day one that you're in charge. You've made clear from day one that the president can just decide not to spend money we've appropriated, and that's okay. You've made clear that you can pass reconciliation bills without giving us a seat at the table. So it's up to you whether we will pass funding that meets people's needs and solves their problems and keeps the government open or not. And I'm usually the eternal optimist. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. And Virginia, which has the second highest number of federal employees, and because of the cuts to the federal workforce, now has seen unemployment increase multiple times before the folks that were paid to stay home until September 30th come off of the job rolls. And those people are not able to find jobs because, unlike what our governor says, just because you are a NASA engineer doesn't mean that you're qualified for the healthcare jobs that our healthcare providers can't fill. And the big ugly bill is going to make all of those issues worse. So I want to share some of what I heard from our healthcare providers. You have the academic research hospitals who are worried they can't attract students, particularly medical students, because of the lifetime cap on student loans, which are $257,000. Today, I talked to a physician from Roanoke, Virginia, who has $500,000 in medical school debt. That math doesn't math. When you have enough medical school debt, you have enough debt to pay for somebody's house. And yet, now the next generation of students coming up behind him can only get half of that in federal student loans. That math doesn't math. I visited a dental clinic in Abingdon, Virginia. This dental clinic, before the dental clinic, most people west of Roanoke who needed dental services, they waited until once a year when the Ram Clinic came to Wise County. And you would see the longest line you've ever seen of people waiting to get dental services because they live in a dental desert. Now, this clinic was able to open, and 80% of their patients are Medicaid recipients. The other 20% are uninsured. They're worried what happens when the Medicaid cuts take effect and the 80% starts to decline as to how many are actually paying something. They won't be able to cover their costs. When Medicaid reimbursement rates already were too low for them to completely cover their costs, that's going to be even harder. And the gentleman who represents that area, when I shared with the press what I was hearing from healthcare providers across the state, how they were worried they were going to have to close because of Medicaid cuts, said Democrats are just spreading fear. Well, imagine my surprise, actually not surprised, when last week Augusta Medical Group, which covers parts of Southwest Virginia, announced they were closing 3 primary care centers in Western Virginia as part of its response to the One Big Ugly Law. It's not hyperbole. You have rural hospitals that are already operating on the margins, who now are going to have to provide more uncompensated care. Because when people come off of Medicaid, when the enhanced premium tax credits for purchasing insurance on the exchange of the Affordable Care Act expire if we don't act by the end of this year, and more people become uninsured, they're not going to magically never get sick. They're going to get sick. And when they get sick and show up for care, they're going to come to the emergency rooms, and they're going to be treated. And it's going to be more expensive to treat them. And it's going to be uncompensated care. And guess who pays for that? We do. When our insurance premiums go up, or when the price of care goes up to recover the costs from private insurers. And all of these jobs that are being lost, that's also health insurance, employer-provided health insurance. So that's even more uninsured. And my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee said, well, we're just trying to make sure we're making Medicaid sustainable for future generations. But that bill did not do a thing to address the underlying reasons healthcare costs are going up. It just provided that fewer people will end up getting health insurance. 17 million, up to 17 million, according to the Congressional Budget Office. I heard a lot about the SNAP benefit cuts. I heard from recipients who were worried, but I also heard from grocery stores, rural and urban. I represent Surry County. Surry County has one grocery store. It opened last year. Prior to that, it didn't have a grocery store for 20 years. That meant that people in Surry County drove 30 minutes to go grocery shopping. They couldn't get a lot of perishable items, probably what would fit in a cooler. But the Surry Market helped with that. Now, the Surry Market, it took forever, but we were able to help them become SNAP eligible to receive SNAP benefits. And because they knew that certain times a month, the SNAP recipients, mostly the seniors living in 2 senior facilities and walking distance to the grocery store, they knew when they came, they would buy enough fresh food, produce, and meat that it made it sustainable for the market to buy fresh food in bulk and know it would be sold. And that's 10% of their revenue. They're worried that when people lose their SNAP benefits, they can't count on that bulk anymore. It's going to be harder for them to keep their doors open. I heard the same thing from the market in Churchill in downtown East End Richmond. Both of these areas were food deserts before these stores opened. Oh, by the way, a lot of their customers are also Medicaid recipients. So the same people who can lose access to their food benefits and lose access to their health care in the HUD funding bill could lose access to rental assistance as well. I heard a lot about FEMA cuts. We had a water infrastructure roundtable. I represent cities that have water infrastructure that's over 100 years old. And one of them received a grant to help upgrade its water treatment plant and its water infrastructure that failed earlier this year during a storm. And they got a resiliency grant from FEMA to help upgrade that infrastructure so that they would know when there is a natural disaster, the water infrastructure will survive it, and the people in the region can have clean drinking water. Well, the Department of Homeland Security canceled that grant, saying it had nothing to do with natural disasters. I think we all want to be sure that a water infrastructure system will provide clean drinking water when there's a hurricane or a tropical storm or another natural disaster. So these are just a few of the things that I heard from my constituents about the price of everything's going up. From child care to health care to housing to utility bills, you name it. So far, the funding actions of the President and Congress has made it worse. We passed an energy bill last week that gutted the very programs that help people weatherize their homes to reduce their energy costs, to cut the very department that has that program in half. And people are asking me, weren't you elected to help people and solve problems? And I was. But we got to work together to do it. And just because Republicans are in the majority does not mean that you only govern over Republicans. But Democrats, Independents, and Republicans in Virginia's 4th District and across the Commonwealth want us to come together to help them and solve their problems. That's what the best of government does, not make them worse. And they made very clear, the people made very clear in November, and they continue to make clear today, cost of everything is too high. And when I talk to Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, rural, urban, and suburban, no matter where they were born, no matter what language they speak, no matter the color of their skin, no matter who they love, no matter how they worship, they want 3 things. They want to know they live in a thriving, healthy community. They want to know that they have a job that allows them not just to pay their bills, but to have a fair shot at a better life for their children than they had. They want to know when they get sick, they can go to the doctor and not go bankrupt. And every single person that I talked to in my district during the August period said, it's getting harder to do that, and I'm afraid it's not going to get better. We answer to them. When we all took our oath of office, we took an oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and to do our jobs to the best of our ability. And our job is when we see people who are hurting and we have the ability to help. Or as Matthew 25 says, when we see somebody who's hungry, we feed them. When we see someone who is homeless, we give them shelter. When we see someone who is sick, we provide them care. When we see a stranger, we welcome them. When someone is in prison, we visit them. Or at a minimum, how about we make sure they're in conditions that are humane? We can do a lot better, and the American people deserve better. But it is going to require us to put politics aside and focus on the people. We have 22 days to do it, Mr. Speaker. We have 22 days to decide, are we going to come together, find common ground, fund this government in a way that helps people and puts people over politics, or are we just going to let it all shut down? I didn't come here to shut down the government, but I also didn't come here to vote for a bill that strips food out of children's mouths, that strips health care away from the people that need it. That's not what my constituents sent me here to do. That's not what this government has done in the past when people were hurting. I end where I started. My parents saw the best of government, and they saw the worst of government. If we had another hour, I could walk down the path of how a lot of what I'm seeing in 2025 reminds me of what my grandparents saw in 1925, or what my great-grandparents saw in 1905. But we only have one special order hour and not two. So let me just say, let's find our better angels and show the American people the best of government, where we come together and put people over politics and meet their needs and solve problems together. With that, I yield back.
Thank you so much to the gentlewoman of Virginia for those remarks. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I motion to adjourn the House at this time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.